Good evening, everybody, and welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. These we do everything from unboxings like our X1 carbons to the CoreXY K1C, which is the noisemaker in the background right now, to full up printer builds like our Borons, the LH Stinger. You've got the black box over here. And I also do a lot of beta testing and prototyping. We took part in the Trad Rack beta test. We did a beta test for the 0G Mercury 1 full enclosed frame build. Several Fadus hot ends. I'm in another one that I can't disclose right now. And the Box Turtle, to name just a few. Tonight, we're going to have another unboxing, which I do unboxings. I'm not known. I'm like not doing unboxings and big printer reviews. I will unbox a printer and I will tell you what I think about it. None of these, unboxed printers like a Carbon, the K1C, or the Anycubic I'm going to pull out tonight. They haven't been shipped to me. I'm not beholden to anybody. I'm not under an NDA or anything like that. It was bought and paid for with my own money. In fact, just earlier today, I went ahead and purchased the Elegoo Centauri Carbon with an extra tool head and a 3-pack of build plates. Because I'm not sure, like right now, the CoreXY is still rocking its original build plate, which is just a really thin, smooth PEI sheet. And I'm sitting right underneath the printer. I've got a PEI flex sheet. So yeah, some of that'll be happening. But we're going to go ahead and open the the Anycubic Kobra S1 combo tonight for two reasons. One, it came in the mail today, and the box wasn't pristine. I mean, I've definitely seen more damage on a box, but this does have some damage. I want to open it up to make sure nothing is wrong with it. And then the other thing is I need to kind of get it open and out of the way. And eventually it's going to go back here. We may move the LH Stinger somewhere else or move the Stinger down or something. But we'll be starting to work this way real soon. And by this way, I mean we'll be starting to work on the RatRig VCore 4 over here very soon. I need to move this light out of the way over here. Whoops, there. I'm gonna move this light out of the way, and this is on a rolling cart, so this can just get rolled out of the way, and then we can walk all the way around it. And I'll bring the camera closer over here. Oh, another couple of things. Hey, Crafty Alexander, welcome on in. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in. Hey, Lost Inc., how's it going? So one thing I did want to say is we know we've been having problems with this camera up here, right? The one that decides to work, doesn't decide to work, freezes half the time that it is working. Right now, it's not wanting to work for whatever reason. Well, that's another thing that I did. So I ordered another one of the Osbot Tiny 2s that we're using right here. And I'm debating it may go up here and become the overhead camera, or it may go over here on the tripod and I'll move this Brio up here. We'll see. I'm beginning to think that the issue is, and I just learned of this recently, could be the fact that I'm running two Brios on the same computer and there's a hardware address conflict. I did look. OBS Bot does it uses different hardware addresses, which is a good thing. And then two, they actually have a 3-in-1 USB hub, powered USB hub that you can use to plug 3 of their cameras in. So I ordered another one along with the hub. And when that comes in, I will be updating the setup a little bit. So we'll wind up with two of the OBS Bot Tiny 2 4K cameras. And then we'll also have the Brio 4K for now because, well, the Tiny 2s are like $300 a piece. But that's what we're working on. We're trying to always get some better stuff going on here on the stream, just try and make things a little bit better and a little bit nicer. So with that said, let me do this. The star of tonight is the big box on the floor over here. This is once again the Anycubic Kobra S1 combo. And as you can see, there's some damage here. There's some damage down here. And there's some damage over on this side as well, right here. So this is why I wanted to get this box open and figure out if something got damaged in here, what the extent is, and if I need to file a claim with FedEx and let Anycubic know. If the box was pristine, I may have left it downstairs in a corner for a little bit while we started on this. But we will get into this by this weekend. The other thing is I did order. I was going to order it from KB3D. My internet was out Sunday and Monday, and by the time I got back home Tuesday or Monday night from work, they had sold out of the Orbiter 2.5 and the Orbiter 2 to 2.5 upgrade kit. So I ordered an Orbiter 2.5 as well as the Big Tree Tech Functionals kit, the Death Racer kit, because Mrs. Dragon now wants a Death Racer. So we'll be doing one of those. Full display. So how's everybody doing tonight? How is everybody doing tonight? So for those of you not aware, Anycubic Kobra S1 is now out. They started shipping. I believe they should be into phase 2. Yeah, the next phase will be March 15th to 25th shipping. And that should be like batch 2. But this is a 250 cube build area CoreXY. So it's slightly smaller than the Bamboo Labs P1 S1 series, A1, so not the A1 Mini. And the upcoming Elegoo Centauri Carbon is going to be the same size, 256, 256, 256. Doing good, printing a life-size horse skull. Nice. I'm assuming you're having to do that in multiple parts and then gloop it together or something. There's 3 ways that you can buy this printer. You can get just the printer. You can get it with the standard 4-color ACE, or you can get it with 2 ACE units, which will give you 8 colors. Now, where the X1 Carbon can let you daisy chain 4 AMSs, I think the Creality CFS will let you do the same. The Anycubic Kobra S1 is limited to 2. You either have none, 4, or 8. Can't go any higher than that. I'm not sure what that limitation is. But that's something to be aware of. Now, I'll be quite honest with you. I have not printed anything more than 4 colors ever. Like, if I had to, I would get one of the hubs and connect 2 of these together. But I've never had that, or I take that back. I have done 5 because of the MMU on the Prusa. And of course, I've got the 5 colors available on the black box. Doing great. Doing great. The life-size horse. That is Oh, third batch is March. Okay, there you go. 7 parts will be glued and pinned together. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been working on the which helmet is that? The Galactic Armory Space Marines 2000 Suns helmet, and they just came out with another one. No, not Thousand Suns. The Night Lords. The Thousand Suns is the helmet that just came out, and that one looks like it has a banner that's like that tall over the top of the helmet. It's gonna be kind of crazy, but uh, I think I'm turning into a helmet dude for whatever reason. Um, Compatible with all major filaments, 600 millimeters per second, ultra fast printing. Oh my goodness, everything's printing fast. I always tend to turn them down. 44 dB ultra quiet printing, 320 C at the hot end, easy disassembly of the hot end, and anti-clogging. Okay, great. I ordered the Kobra S1 combo. I did it early on, so I got it under this $650 price tag. Um, so I don't remember. I don't remember ordering any of the other accoutrements that go with it. But you know, same type of thing. Cloud printing with the Anycubic software. So there will be an app on the phone. They have their own slicer. It's a takeoff of Orca, you know, reskinned Orca. They've reskinned and I'll say done kind of the Creality thing where they gimped a fluid-based interface for the printer. And the interesting thing of why I wanted this is the Ace Pro has a heater and dryer capability. So there's actually 2 power cords in here, one for the printer and one for the Ace Pro. So you would be able to you'd be able to dry your filament as you're printing, or occasionally as you need to print if your filament sits there and you live in a high humidity area. So yeah, and I see somebody say, "Let's open the box." I can do that. Let's open the box. I'm going to go ahead and move the keyboard out of the way, and we're going to come over here and get the box open. Okay, I was like, what is going on here with that? Okay, so carefully open the box. And this is fairly heavy. I want to say it was like about 40 pounds. So it is pretty heavy. That is why it's on the ground and not sitting up here. Because I never know how they pack these, if the bag's going to come off nicely or if I'm going to have to do some shenanigans. Put the knife away so I don't stab myself. And we're going to hope and pray that the bag is a good quality bag. Come on. You can do it. Maybe not. Come on. Come on. There we go. All righty. Let me get some of the foam off the top. We've got a user's manual, some Allen keys, so it's interesting. That's the first time I've seen it packed where it's on its back or side in the box. Okay. Can I get this to pull out of the bottom foam? Yes. Actually, it's on its feet. It's on its feet. Whew. I looked at this thinking this was the door. It's not. This is the lid. This is the door. Let me turn this around here. Ugh. There we go. You look at that where I put this back in the box. Corner, corner. Everything goes to a corner. Okay. Here we go. The good news is it looks like even with the bumps and bruises, I'm not seeing any marks on this. Nothing's bent or anything. Okay. So of course we're going to have a ACE unit in here. So we'll start looking at that in a second. Let me kind of rotate this around. Hey Timur, how's it going? You got yours but not unboxed yet? Yeah, I'll turn the other one off here in just 1 second. Do like that. Okay, so I wanted to flip this around so that we could see the back here. And we've got our scan the QR code for more support. Basic sticker. We got the serial number. We got a poop chute. Fan here. This just, it looks like it's for a fan, but I'm not seeing a fan unless it's one's coming in and one's blowing out. Our power inlet, and then here are the connections for what's going to be the ACE. We've got a 6-pin and a 4-pin. So that'll be interesting to see what the differences are there. There's a little bit of an oil can buckle right here. I don't think that's anything to do with shipping. I have a feeling this is just a really thin steel panel, and these can oil can fairly easily depending on how you do your sheet. Most people will not start in the middle and work your way out so the sheet spreads out. They'll go around a side, and because of the way they screw things down, it will cause things to oil can. So backside. Oh, dang. Two screw holes right here. So how much you want to bet rear spool holder? Yay. Lower fan is the carbon filter fan. Okay. Right side's pretty Spartan except for the USB connector up here. That's a great place to put it so you can snag it and, knock it off. The left side is completely barren, meaning just a metal side. And then we'll have the front here. And it looks like we're going to have an ad break starting in just about a minute, which would be a good time for us to make sure that we have our Allen keys and our user's manual. Thank you for choosing Anycubic products. And we've got a bunch of QR codes here. So you got one for the Anycubic app, their wiki, the support center, and a multi-country user's manual. So, you know, this is in English. So if you need it in a different language, you can do that last option and get a different user's manual. Kind of basic content, kind of an overview. And yes, that center double hole thing is for a spool holder, probably the same time a stamped metal one that you get on an X1 carbon or a P1S. Ace Pro signal cable is the 4-pin. The 6-pin is a anti-blocking module. Don't know what they mean by that unless they're talking about like a filament runout sensor or something. Touchscreen is up here at the top. It just rotates up. So that's kind of neat. You don't have to connect anything. It's already connected. It just rotates back. This actually works out well if you're running these in a print farm on a bunch of shelves. It might be a good thing. Packing list of what all comes in the machine. You've got your cover, your filament outlet. So it talks about the Ace Pro technical specs and machine installation. Unlock the Ace Pro. Open the printer cover and use the Allen key, 2.5-inch or 2.5 millimeter Allen key to remove 2 screws at the front. Okay. We're going to need an Allen key. Once again, we got 3 different Allen keys. 2 now, because one just went somewhere, probably never to be seen again. Nope, found it. Okay. So I got 3 different Allen keys. Most likely a 2.5, a 2, and a 1.5. Leave those down there. And we're going to open the door. I'm going to try and leave the plastic cover on. These are not glass panels. These are acrylic panels. Don't know if you like that or not, but that's what they are. So I need to unscrew these 2 screws here. Are you waiting to open yours up, Timor, or are you waiting for me to do mine, or are you going to be opening yours up soon? And not a problem, Ozzy. Rip the connector off the board. Well, I mean, that is an option, Chewy. Not all of us want to destroy things, though. I'm going to take these 2 screws and set them aside. So those 2 screws are out. We should be able to lift this up. Take the top panel, which is also a polycarbonate panel, not a glass panel. And for those of you that bypass the first manual at the top, right underneath the panel is the same instructions on how to unlock the Ace Pro. So same type of thing. Lift everything up out of the back here. So there's a little bit of foam up here at the top. Get that out of the way. And does this bag work a little bit better than the last bag? Yes, there we go. I'm going to set that off to the side for a moment. Got some more foam to remove here. And a box. It talks about moving the box. take the accessory box by sliding it out through the top, bottom. Inside the printer, there's 4 screws that hold this bottom plastic plate in. So we'll need to take that out. We're also going to need to take this foam out. So let's figure out, there we go. Pull that foam out. We will need to do that, even though it doesn't seem to mention it, because we're going to need that to get to the screws back here. Yeah, this USB right here on the side, I would have preferred it to be up here or something that plugs directly in. Having it hang out the side there and then also having a spool holder in the back is just screaming to rip that USB out. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? Creatix Brit, welcome on in. Trying to get in here and get 4 screws out. Where is the screw head? There it is. How are you today, Pez Liz? Britt, how are you doing? Got a boatload of family visiting last week. Spousal unit said I had to be social, so no unbox. That sucks. But yeah, happy spouse, happy life, definitely. Yeah, this actually came in today, so I was able to just grab it and bring it straight upstairs. But eating a chopped salad, very refreshing with 30 inches of snow. Sheesh. Well, you can keep your snow, Liz. I'm good without it. No, we're actually we're in a winter storm warning right now, and we're supposed to get snow and ice tomorrow. Actually, tonight into tomorrow. Not looking forward to it, but I'm not going into the office either, so. Where is it? Not completely out yet. So, our auxiliary air is on the right side. Should be undone. Pull that straight out, and apparently the plate was going to come with it. So get these 2 screws out of the way. So it does have notches in the back side of the plate for alignments, and there's little plastic pens in the back. Let me bring you guys in here and I'll show that. So you've got the 2 plastic pens back there that help align. You've got the 120 side cooling fan. The USB is right up there. It's your USB device. And I thought this had a camera unit in it, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, that looks like an in stop. So I don't think, does this not have a camera in it? I don't think it does. Anyhow, okay, so we have the ace unit out and we have the bottom piece out. It now says to unlock the print head, cut the zip tie securing the print head, remove the cardboard from the print head, and remove the foam. There's a big zip tie right here. We'll need to cut that. Probably a pair of snips in the accessory box that I haven't opened yet. Now, this is a bit of an interesting design. So let's get the cardboard out from around the tool head. We'll grab the foam that's over here out of the hoop chute. And the reason I say this is an interesting design is we've pretty much got access to the motors here. There are access holes in the in your injection molded parts here, so we should be able to get to all 4 screws if we need to do something with these. And I'm curious, most of our stepper motors use 4 wires, yet I'm counting 5 out of the 6 in here. There's an extra wire in here, and I'm not sure why. There's nothing underneath, so it's not like they're encoded or anything. Looks like 6mm belts, 8mm rods on the sides, 10mm in the X. Moves pretty easily. Not sure if it's, it doesn't feel to be magnetic, so it's probably got a couple of screws or something else to unlock it. We'll read through the manual. We'll continue to look through. It should have a chamber light, and it may have a camera. It's just maybe something that I need to install myself. Unlock the hotbed. So now I've got 3 more screws to undo that lock the hotbed at the bottom of the printer. How's the Bowden attach? Well, it pushes right into the top of the hot end through a PTFE fitting. But I'm sure you're probably asking me, rather than running in the cable chain, it's got clips that hold it to the side of the cable chain. I'll show you that in a second here. Let me get these 3 screws out. Which side? Left side or right side? Right side. Okay. My Allen key twirling capability is not like it used to be. Gone to drivers. Yeah, so here's how the PTFE tube is in there. It rides all the way around it, Still kind of makes a bend here, but it's a better bend that's not going to get kinked as it's moving around. So this should be okay. We shall see. Okay, so we've got the bed detached. Now it's going to ask us to put a spool holder on the back with M3x6 screws from the accessory box, and I'm assuming that the let me, Mike, where'd I put the lid? I'm going to go ahead and peel this lid covering. Get a nice clean plastic lid. Now that we got the ace out of there, it might be a little bit lighter to move around. I'm also noticing there are rubber feet on here. Let me put it on its side. So we do have rubber feet. There's not a big gap between where the rubber feet sit and the bottom of the printer. That's why you see me having a hard time trying to get my fingers up and underneath there to pick the printer up. But same type of thing, single belt that goes around, looks like 80 tooth pulleys on both sides, single motor tensioner. So it's got the auto tensioner here. I'm assuming that you can undo this and tighten that up a little more if need be. So not bad, pretty standard actually, and that's pretty good tension. Do you really need it if you're going to use the ace? No. And that's the thing. I may put it on there, I may not. We'll see. So what do we have here in our accessories box? A sticker that says FDM LCD. 6-pin cable, so this would be the 4-into-1. That is most likely also a filament runout sensor. So that'll need to get installed. There's one of our cables. Two of our cables. Once again, there's one for the printer and one for the ace. This is a 6-pin to 4-pin. And when I say 6-pin, I really mean 6-pin connector that only has 4 pins pinned out. The two on this side don't have pins in them. So 4 pins. So this will go on the ace and this will go into the back of the printer here. Plastic standoffs, but I think this is the for actually the PTFE tubes. There's the M3x6 for the spool holder. A acupuncture needle for cleaning a nozzle. Here is the nozzle cleaning module and the silicone nozzle part. Look familiar? Spool holder. Once again, look familiar? Looks pretty familiar to me. Hey, we got a activated carbon for filtering. A, kind of like a cloth bag of activated carbon that's been sealed up. And the infamous USB stick that we're going to do our best not to rip off the side of the printer. And what else? 2 screws for the filament hub. So I think we got everything here. I am going to put it on here for right now just because it tells me to, and I'm going to go ahead and unbox it and set it up the way it says. It have a direction. Yes. So there is a directionality to the spool holder. So you got circles on one end, ovals on the other. The ovals are to be able to get in and do your twisty. And this is the spool stop that keeps your spool from going all the way up against the side of the printer. I don't know. I haven't looked inside the ACE just yet, and there's nothing in here. And these are my snips. So far, there's no snip yet in this. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to see if we get even the rudimentary snips. Okay. Once again, I'm going to assemble the printer like it tells me to, and then I'll go from there. This might come back off just because if I'm primarily using the ACE, well, I guess if you're technically you don't want to run, well, you're not going to run flexibles, and you shouldn't run CF or glass filled stuff through your ACE unit. You would be running that off the back spool holder anyhow. So spool holder installed. ACE unit. Place the ACE on top of the Kobra S1. And then we'll have to start following some other instructions. So cables come off, this stuff comes off. So here's where we're going to place something on top of our acrylic panel. So let's see. So on our ACE unit, we've got 4 very small little rubber feet that are going to be sitting on our acrylic. And you've got your 4 filament feeds here. These are your buffer systems. So these will come out on a spring, right? And that will provide the buffering system similar to a turtleneck if you've watched me do the box turtle builds. Okay, so the feet are basically lining up where you've got the ribs at on this panel. So you've got ribs right here and right here. The outside's lining up with the edge. The inner rib is about where the weight bearing of the ACE is going to be at. So interesting. And I normally set this unit towards the back. Even my my bamboos I set towards the back edge of the printer anyhow. I'm sure there is a standoff, and I'm sure that people are going to be like, yeah, I don't want this sitting on the acrylic. So, oh, there went an Allen key now. Luckily, I'm getting lucky, and it's all falling right on the shelf, so I'm not having to go digging for it. Allen key. So we're going to set the ACE on there. We're going to insert the 4-pin end of the signal cable into the printer and the 6-pin end into the hole on the left corner of the ACE Pro. So that'll be our 6 and 4 pin cable. Hey, good evening, Otter's Danger Den. So, like, let me. So we're 10 inches max. Like, seriously? It's like twice as long as it needs to be, but okay. So 6 pin cable goes there. 4 pin goes here. Now, granted, it'll let you pick it up and move it around, but this also becomes cable that can get snagged as you're trying to reach around and deal with power. So, yeah, we're going to put the zip tie back on it, or not zip tie, but the wire tie back on it for now. Yeah, more is good. Don't get me wrong, more is good, but having enough to do like 3 loops around the printer is kind of excessive. Now, granted, if you're going to stack this side by side to the printer, completely different use case. Hey, by the way, the dark mode came in, and I had some coffee in it earlier. I'm going to go ahead and pour the Dunkin' that's been staying warm in here into here. We have some coffee drink on. So yes, Bang merch. And we've got the dark mode coffee cup. This comes in, I believe, 12 and 15 ounce. And then we got a light mode, which is same design. It's on both sides. So you get to see it and everybody else gets to see it. And the white cups come in 12, 15, and 20 ounce varieties. Ah, yes. Cheers. Yeah, I may take one of those out. We'll see. Oh, next up, use M2 by 5 by 25 screws to fix the filament hub into the back of the printer and insert the cable into the port. Use the Allen key H2. So we get to grab one of the other Allen keys. This one. We'll need this part and the filament hub screws. Now, this piece is going to plug in. Once again, there's a decent, nice length cable. Which way? Okay, the 4 into 1. So the 4 is facing down, the 1 is facing up. And you're going to have these 2 key slots right here that are going to line up at the back of the printer and make some standoffs there. One in, line the other one up. Hey, Bearded Printer, how's it going? Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Which dart came in 20 ounce too? I do too, Mr. Wizix. I do too. I don't know why it doesn't, but there is a third style. I think it was like, I think it's white cup with a black handle, and I didn't see what the sizes were on that one. And I did get shipment notice on the 2 shirts. By the way, we're rocking the Westery 1 shirt. And I believe this is the same style shirt, so I'm expecting it to be like this. We'll see. But my shirt is, or my 2 shirts are on the way, and they will be here on Saturday, supposedly. Okay, so this comes around, plugs in here. We'll do kind of like that. Trying to keep some of these loops from being all kinkied. And I believe this is going to go down into here. Hey, look at that. Insert the suspended filament tube into the port. Almost like I've built printers before. This tube comes down here. And by the way, this is a... kind of looks like a 2 millimeter. And it's not chamfered. So what I'm going to do is use my nice Capricorn chamfering tool. Or, you know, stabby. Because trust me, you can stab somebody with this. I'm going to chamfer this tube a bit. Just to make sure that we get clean entry and exit. Probably do the same thing down here. Now it wants us to insert all 4 Teflon tubes into the filament hub. Enter the Teflon tube to the end. Yeah, I guess they want us to put the 4 tubes in here first. And those tubes are inside the ace, so we'll... Is there a trick to opening the ace? Take off the plastic on the ace. But now, I mean, the handle slides one way or the other. There's a lock and an unlock. It's in the unlocked position. Okay. Once again, the handle slides. So this, to the left, it has the lock. To the right is the unlocked. Okay, it goes even further. There we go. I didn't have it fully unlocked. Go ahead and get this out of the front there. Is that little bit of filament my gift? Because there's nothing else in this box. $10 meters of 1.75 PLA. Really? 10 meters. I get sample spools that are bigger than that. That's ridiculous. Ooh. There's a pretty nice bag. We'll keep that one. We'll keep that one. Okay, 4 tubes. Again, none of them have chamfered edges. I'm not sure if it would be a requirement, because the more I think about it, this should have a cutter on it. So I should just be dealing with a straight edge. Actually, that's why we want to do this. Guess we don't get the mini Bluetooth speaker. Guess not. All right, so I'm going to chamfer these myself using my Capricorn Tubes Cheap Poker 5000. To the other end in a minute. And it said to enter these all the way. In case it's going in there a fairly decent amount. I don't think the order matters. Okay. I'll chamfer the other side a little bit. Hey, shenanigans, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So we're going to close this back down, turn it around, and these are going to go into the back here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Says to remove the 4 blue clips. Insert the Teflon tubes, reinstall the 4 blue clips. Yeah, the Teflon tubes are matched in no order, so it makes zero. It doesn't matter what order they get put in. So I'm going to hang this off the edge and see if there's an easy way of trying to get these things off where I don't fly them around the room and lose them. And get that out and see if that'll help. There we go. One out. 2. 3. 4. And there went one of them. Dang it. Okay. 1. 2. 3. And 4. Yeah, so Zombie, since you got a box turtle, actually, I need you to email me, or not email me, DM me on Discord, Zombie, and send me your mailing address so I can figure out shipping costs and let you know how much the ransom is for your box turtle. So we got all 4 of these plugged in. Now, on the box turtle, you have a turtleneck, which is a singular buffer. Okay? So you've got 4 different extruders, and they all come into a single buffer or into a single hub. And then from the hub, you'll have a single buffer. In this setup, each lane has its own buffer. Okay? And then it goes into the 4-into-1 hub. And at the 4-into-1 hub, you've got some smarts in here. That is your filament runout. Okay. There's our setup. We need to go ahead and put our blue clips back in, which should be easy enough to do from the top now. Should be easy enough to do from the top now. Thank you. Make me a liar. Work with me. Here we go. 1. Ooh. The clips are pretty intense. Like, feeling like I'm gonna break a nail trying to get them pushed down in there. There's 3. Last one. There we go. All 4 of them. Okay. Time for some coffee. Now, Kenneth, I'm assuming that you've already opened yours up and set it up. Did you not get a gift? Where does one acquire the PTFE Poker 9000? You can get them from Capricorn. I'm trying to remember. Mine came, I think this was in a care package that I got at 3D Printopia. But you can get these from Capricorn. I'm assuming you can get them individually and as part of some kit. But these are nice tools. Hey Jerry, how's it going? I saw you were printing box turtle parts. That's pretty awesome. Hey Rocket Drones, how's it going? You'd love to see something that is a cross between a P1S and an AMS light instead of the traditional AMS system. You want to see something that is a cross between a P1S and an AMS light. So I'm confused. Are you talking about something for the P1S that, or like an AMS light that can connect to a P1S? Yours are not shipped till February 20th, 20th. Okay. Yeah, I got mine before you. I know Timor has his, but yeah, I didn't get, there's nothing in this box. Now, is there something else coming? Maybe, I don't know. An AMS that can connect to a P1S. So Liz, are you referring to one of these? Because these are pretty good for 2 and 2.5 millimeter internal diameter. Do not use these. Well, I'm going to say, do not use these. I do on your 3 millimeter reverse Bowden tube, your 3 millimeter inside diameter, because this does kind of squish it. You'll just have to work with the end and make sure that it gets rounded again. So, yeah, I've got a handful of these. An AMS light, yeah, it'd be great if do they use a different connector? Like, I'm assuming that they would be using that same, like, 6-pin connector like this for the AMS light. Did they use because, well, I don't have an A1 or an AMS light, or excuse me, an A1 or an A1 mini with an AMS light. So I don't know if they use the same connector. I would assume if they're using the same connector, they're probably pinned out the same way. Otherwise, that would be a support nightmare. And a good way of people blowing up their machines listening to support. Okay, so I'm just looking real fast. Now it says to install the activated carbon from the accessories box and tear off the vacuum packaging, place it in the filter, blah, blah, blah. Power on guide, yay, yay. So it looks like we're almost ready. Now, here's the thing. We've got our USB stick. We've got the cleaning module and nozzle silicone part. We're going to have to look and see if there's one installed in the printer. If so, these would be spares. We've got our nozzle poker cleaner out thingy. And once again, our activated charcoal. Oh, hey, look, we've got non-edible lubricant. That's always good. Always good to let people know that the lube in your printer is non-edible. And then I've got these two things that weren't mentioned anywhere. And with the shape of these, other than the fact that there's place for 5, this just screams like they're spacing tubes for PTFE tubes, right? To help keep your PTFE tubes in some semblance of an order, a shape, or something to that effect. Right? So that's more of like a PTFE management thingy. You got a spot here to put your spool on. I'm curious now. Spool. Let me grab a spool. There's a spool over here. And actually, let me put some other stuff back in the box here so I don't trip and kill myself doing stuff here. This, that. Like everything else, keep your packaging material at least for a little bit. Like until the warranty is done. In case you have to ship this back to them, you want to be able to package it so that they can't say you didn't package it appropriately when you sent it to us, so it broke and it's not our fault. So here's a pretty standard spool. This is Cookie CAD. Okay, you're going to be getting a 1 kilo spool. You're not getting anything else on here. It's in the back, which is a pain in the butt. There's no provision. These are slick slides. There's no provision whatsoever for a side-mounted spool holder on these. And to use a separate spool, you're going to have to undo this PTFE tube here. And you're going to be coming in right here. So that's going to be a pretty... And when you do that, you bypass this. I guess the only other thing I could think of is pop one of these out, put in a little stub so you're kind of coming in this way. I don't know if I like that. Because that's way sharp, and then you bypass any filament runout sensor capability. Okay, we've got a few things here. thought I just grabbed a, nope, not yet. All right, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and, I think I've got a small bag out here, or a smaller-ish bag. There we go. That way we can put the nozzle pieces, our non-edible lubricant, our cheek poker, and our 3 Allen keys in there. We may need this. This can go back in the box. Okay. What else? I think we're good for now. I'm going to spin this around and we'll plug in the power cables for both the printer and our ACE, because once again, our ACE unit is a filament dryer. Okay. So those two are spun around. The other thing that's slightly annoying, and it's just annoying, there's no rhyme or reason here, it's just annoying. The printer power supply is on the bottom right rear. The ACE power supply is the top left. It would be great if the power was on the same side, because now if I have an issue, I need to reach around 2 different sides of the printer to hit power switches. Okay, so we've got the ACE, or no, the printer, and then we'll plug in the ACE. I think it's 4-pin connector. Okay, well, I believe the hey, can you daisy chain the AMS light units? I don't think you can. Okay, so we're plugged in. We haven't taken the front off. We got lighting in here, by the way. So we do have a light. It's coming from the front. Let's do our next ASMR peel. You ready? And there's an inside cover as well. Now, kind of hard for me. This door right here, push down and rotate forward. This side over here, there's no fan in it. That's your activated charcoal. So we'll take the activated charcoal out of the bag. And this, once again, is just a ventilated like fabric baggie. We're just going to take this and stick it in there. There we go. And okay. So we do have the silicone wiper and the little, it's got the silicone pad and then the little PTFE wiper piece are right in there. Let me see if I can get you in here. Like I said, we do have a light up there, but the left is just the silicone kind of block, and the right is the little PTFE kind of roller. And so the ones that we saw in the accessories box are spares. So spool going to run into the poop in the poop chute. It's not per se going to run into the poop chute, but here's the other thing. And let me unplug these and turn this around one other time here. I'll take that. Well, we'll leave that filament on for now. The coffee out of the way. Pick up the printer, spin it around. Okay. So here we are, we have a spool on here. Say we need to print some TPU or whatever, right? We block the poop chute to a degree. And most of us will want to put some type of container down here. So our container can only really be maybe that long because of our plugs. And most of us will bring that container right up close to this. Well, the problem if you do that, you've now covered up your carbon. There's no place for air to get sucked in and through. So that's something to think about. You'll probably have to have some type of case that does one of these numbers, or maybe comes over but has a cutout for this area. I don't know, so you can still get some airflow through here because that's going to be what's getting rid of your smell. So I'm going to have to see what's out there. For the most part, I've got some. Here, let me grab the one from one of my X1 carbons, right? This is what I use for the X1 carbon. It's made to have magnets embedded and then magnetized to the back. But you can see that actually that's not bad because it doesn't fully cover up this, so air can still get sucked in and pulled through. And actually, there is a fan there. Huh, interesting. So there is a fan there to pull through that carbon. But you can throw that there, but it's going to have to be in a very specific space to allow a spool to roll through here. And then once again, you're going to have to pull this out to replace the spool and then put this back in place. And it's great if you can slide it. If you can't, because there's a wall here and you have to slide it in from the side, this won't work. So you can't do a high one. Now you can have, whoops, if it was only this high, that would work because that slips in fully underneath. So yeah, you just have to be careful when you're looking for a spool holder or a poop chute for this, because of where it's at least on the X1C, that spool holder's off to the side. This is buried right in the middle, and because of this, you're probably not going to come around this way. You're going to be wanting to come around the left to keep from hitting all your tubes and stuff. None of this is bad. It's design trade-offs that you have to have some type of compromise. You're never going to have a 100% perfect design. There's always going to be some type of design trade-offs. I can already see myself wanting to try and put feet on this thing. I mean, these rubber feet are nice. They're really sticky. It's just you can't get your fingers up underneath it to pick it up. At least on the X1 carbon, they stick up a little bit so you can get your fingers at least up underneath to grab it from the base. Okay, I'm going to plug these back in without twisting them all up. That one goes there. This one goes up here. We've got no filament in it. I'm not going to worry about putting any filament in it for the time being. Power on guide, main interface, language, area, network, cloud stuff. Oh, apparently the power switch is turned on. I didn't notice that. I must have hit that. Oh, and the other great thing, and this is why the power switch is on. The power switch on the printer, down is off, up is on. Okay? Down, rocker down is off, up is on. On your AMS, or your AMS, on your Ace Pro system, up is off and down is on. So it's like they've got the same out. It's not the same outlet switch, but because it's on this side, you've got the plug and then the switch. On the other side, it's the plug and the switch. It's almost like if you took this and rotated it around to the other side, at least the plugs would be on the same side of the printer, and the switches would both be down to shut it off and up to turn them on. Now you've got two switches to run this thing effectively, and both the switches are in different orientations. That's more of an issue for me right now. So what do we hear? We've got English, so we're good with English. Global or China? For global, it's doing Wi-Fi scanning, so it's going to look for the Wi-Fi's that are available. And yep, found my Wi-Fi. And this is where I'm going to, I don't know, turn you over there and let you look at some things while I do this. Okay, so I'm going to put my finger over my password. And I don't know, I hope you guys can see the screen. This is something that's rather annoying. So here we're on the ABCs. The button right next to it has the pound sign, the at symbol, the tilde. That tells me that's the special characters. Well, when I click on it, there's the pound sign. There's no tilde, and there's the tilde, but there's no ampersand symbol. It's in a completely different place. So the screen's kind of bogus for me right now. I have not seen a camera in the darn thing. I thought it had a built-in camera. In fact, I'm going to take a quick gander real fast. Let's take a look at the. Let's take a look back here. Selling points. Multicolor, compatible, build volume, blah, blah, blah. There's the Ace. Auto leveling, resonance compensation, dynamic flow compensation. Okay, great. 0.4 millimeter hot end, intuitive designs. So it has spaghetti detection, belt tension monitoring, and power on off loss resume. Unless the camera is somehow on the tool head itself. Oh, it's right here. I completely missed it. Here we go. Whoops, and you can't see that. So let me go back over here. Completely missed it. There's the camera. And I'm like, nope. I was thinking, was there film on the camera? But yep, no film on the camera. So it has camera. We missed it. I missed it. So it does have a camera. Okay. So where are we at? Wi-Fi got connected. So we're going to say confirm. Yep, it's on my network. Wireless LAN account is unbound. Has Bluetooth, so it wants me to scan the code to install the app, log into the app, scan and connect to the printer. So here's where it wants me to install their app. Now I'm assuming I don't have to install their app, that I can just plug and play off of USB sticks. But why not? I will tell you that even on my Bamboo, I do have the Bamboo Handy app. I look at it simply for printer status. I don't download, I don't start any jobs remotely, or at least not through the Handy app. So log into the app, scan and connect. So go into the app, welcome to Anycubic, agree. Like to send you notifications, no. Log in. Sign up for an account. Ooh, do I have an account? I don't know. Good question. Give me 1 second. I don't, nah, well, awesome. They make you provide an email, then you have to send a code to that email, and so they make you verify that you're not using a bogus email when you're signing up. Kind of good, kind of bad. I mean, So I'm signing up. Yeah, the spool doesn't necessarily run into the poop chute. It does kind of cover it, but we do have a light. It's along the front edge of the printer shooting down, so that's good. We do have a camera. It's from the right angle over, so that's pretty good. I now have an Anycubic and Maker Online account. Yay. Sign in. Okay. So I got signed in, and now it's asking me to add a printer. So we're going to have to say add printer, and it's asking what kind of printer. Starts with all the resin stuff. Here's the Anycubic Kobra S1, so we'll click on that. Scan code to add printer. And this code, I guess, complete the assembly of the printer, turn the printer on, switch, complete the networking operation, scan the QR code. Okay, now it wants me to scan, so I'll click the scan button, allow it. We will scan. Not focus. Barcode. This is weird. If I get close to it, then it's not focusing. If I pull back, then it's too small. Oh, there we go. Finally. I had to hold it like a foot away. Printer name. Um, we're getting close to printing a boat, I think. We're getting there. I don't like the integration of QR codes. Yeah, well, it's like if I'm having to hold my phone way out here to read a QR code that's a half an inch by half an inch, I mean, it's kind of crazy. So it's asking me if I want to name the printer. Yeah, we're fine. We'll leave it as Anycubic Kobra S1. I don't. Okay, it's added. Firmware update available. There is a Bluetooth option, by the way. So we can plug in that that USB cable or the USB drive. Let me see. Network, cloud, done. User guidance, insert UDisk, self-test, auto level vibration compensation. Reference only, may change. Gotcha. So my question is, it says it's offline. I don't know why it says it's offline unless we haven't gone through all this stuff. So the guide, insert U-disc, self-test. So we'll start doing that. Insert the U-disc. We'll take the supplied USB drive. We'll plug it into the USB. Like I said, that to me is just begging for this to get ripped off. One thing to have it putting out the face, but wow, put the disc in and it just starts doing its thing. I didn't do anything but plug that in. So that's good. We plug it in. Now it's going to come over to the self-test. That is coming up, by the way. We do have a double-sided PEI sheet. This is the textured for PLA, ABS, PETG, ASA. We'll look at the other side here in a minute to see if it's the same side or if it's double-sided textured. And I feel like they've got, they're kind of doing like load celly stuff. I think so. Some type of load celly thing because it just did hit the nozzle. And I'm going to close the door because it's about to start resonance compensation. Please place the printer smoothly and avoid other sources of resonance. So we're going to sit that there. I'm going to sit down so I'm not moving around on the ground. Grab my Digital Dragon water bottle so I can take a drink. And we're going to say, go. What do you guys think so far? I mean, we haven't printed anything with it, but just from what you've seen of the design so far, I think it's interesting that they've got an individual buffer for each lane rather than doing one buffer. There's a design choice there. The filament runout sensor being part of the 4-into-1 hub in the back is great, but as soon as you start printing with a spool of filament that's hanging on the back of the printer that you can't see that bypasses the filament runout sensor, you kind of lose that, and it's a pretty tight rotation from the spool there. Other than that, it's 250 millimeter cubes, so a little bit, tiny bit smaller than a P1, a A1, a P1, or an X1. I mean, not bad. I mean, 250 to 256, it's all one and the same about. Yeah, time will tell. Like I said, it looks like serviceability. If you have to get into the motors, it looks like the motors at the top are going to be accessible, where on the X1 Carbon, you got to tear like half the back of the machine down to get to the motors, because they're hanging underneath with the things facing up. where here they're sitting in the open with the gears sitting up, right? So at least at first glance, it looks like it might be a little bit easier. It's preheating. It looks like it's bringing the nozzle to 170. It's going to wipe the nozzle and looks like do a print bed mesh. Yeah, there you go, Timor. I mean, it meets the same size requirements as everything else, right? I'm going to be looking for a Orca slicer profile for this. I'm sure it's available. I would rather do that. Like, I'm not running the Creality slicer on my K1C. I'm running Orca. So I'm hoping that there is a Kobra S1 in there. Whoops. So there's its little cleaning routine. It is telling me that there's a firmware update available, so we might have to do that, which means we might go through this initial setup piece again. But loading filament, first print, printer binding, connect to the network, scan QR code. Software installation and binding, that's installing their slicer and then binding it. Once again, that slicer looks a lot like a skinned version of Orca. To achieve better printing results, it's recommended to perform vibration compensation check after printing for more than 300 hours or when the machine has been moved. Huh. Power loss resume, leveling. Pretty standard fare as far as the app goes. You know, printer information. Then you've got access to the model collection, search models, message, standard, like I said, pretty standard fare. Hold on, you're about to start your 3D printing journey. It's all done. We're going to click finish. Now it says start printing. There's no need to start printing yet. So Vase, Anycubic Kobra ACE information. Yep, we've got that. ACE2 information. There's nothing there. Print dimension. The encode. Wireless LAN MAC address. ACE information. Okay. Sound language. Screen off time. Service support. System restore. Print settings. Non-standard nozzle. You can turn the LED on and off. Filament detector on and off. Belt detection on and off. Interesting. Network information. Make sure we're on the LAN. Yes and yes. Okay. I'm gonna see because the app is saying that I need to update firmware, so I'm going to attempt that. When the printer is busy or offline, it doesn't support uploading. Well, why are you saying it's offline? Do not be offline. I mean, it's connected. Tell me there's a firmware update, but you're telling me the printer is busy or offline. I'm going to do a power cycle and see if it just needs a little. I mean, it's a computer. Every once in a while, um, I believe it is a DC bed heater. I believe it is. I don't believe it's mains. I'm going to check the website real fast to see if it says anything there. Okay, so it's on the wireless. Um, Nothing yet. So the video monitoring is 480p with time-lapse photography supported. It does not say whether the bed is mains or not. We might have to look into that. Well, they're on the same Wi-Fi. There we go. Now it's available. Yeah, I just needed to reboot it basically. So we're updating the firmware now. Huh. Ran out of filament. Now I have a extension cord reel. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? Okay, come on. Come on. Once this is done updating, if it needs to, we'll go through the stuff again. We'll load up some filament. Yeah, one of the printers needs more food. The problem is the food I can give it is going to be a different color or shade of white. But oh well. Let me see what colors do I have that I can pull from? Ooh, wait, that might work. I don't think I never put the spool on or the spool holder on this, I don't think. Hmm. I thought. But if I say refill, all right, well, I'll figure that out in a second. Still updating. Still updating. So, what do I want to do color wise? Purple, off black, green, white. That every track, not without that much filament. Good God. Here's what this just did. Not far enough there. So, yep, I'm gonna have to play with this. I know I'm gonna have to do. That'll be later. Did we finish? Hey, system upgrade finished. Please manually restart the device. Why? Why can't you restart yourself? Okay. That goes all the way over, and we can lift this up. We'll have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Don't know how many colors we'll need. Wow. Blue? Back on a busted wheel. White. Um, White, blue. Will be good for now. I don't think we need 4. I don't know. We're back up and running. Software installation, binding, printer binding. I'm not going to install the software. Okay, yeah, that's great. Start printing. Local. Test model. We have the Anycubic paper really thingy. Oh, hey, look, we've got benchies. One that goes in 53 minutes, 44 minutes. Huh. And let's do a, how did I know that was going to happen? Brand new printer, I'm already knocking off shards of filament in it. See how well the spool goes. Loads well. This is Polylight, just the PLA, yeah, just Polylight PLA in blue. Doesn't say it's a multicolor. It does show that there's only one color loaded. Let's see if we can get more than one color loaded. A matte red on a fairly light spool. So it's doing the normal light spool thing where it kind of pulls it off to the edge. Just seeing if there's a lip in there that I can do my little trick on. Little trick being a big ball bearing. And I put that on there and it, nope, I put that in there and it went right on over into the blue. So the red we might not be able to run with without having some type of internal spooler or weight. There's the okay, there we go. Go. Oh, okay. So we have blue, red, and white installed. It only cares about one color right now. Let's start printing. Color match blue. Set material. Confused. I think I probably, yeah, there we go. I need to come in here. Okay, so one, material, PLA. Okay. We can pick the color. That works wonderful. I'm colorblind, so hopefully that's a blue. Drying time, however long it would take to dry, filament backup, extrude, retract. Okay. Now number two, again, that's PLA. So red, free, PLA, color's white. Okay. There we go. Now we have blue. We're good. Start printing. And there we go. We're going to start printing. Oh, what is... Oh, there we go. So the top here, let me open this back up. the top here has these plastic pieces in there, right? This is to come down over the spool, and it's coming down inside of the spool to lay down closer to the filament, and that's for circulating the air around the filament. So if it starts coming down and it's not latching, it's probably hitting the edge of one of these. So just adjust your spool over a tiny bit. Okay, pretty neat. Let me see if we can get a better view of that. You can see it's got these fins that are coming down over the top of the filament to help keep the hot air circulating directly over the filament. Um, will that hold the light spool up? Maybe, because it was starting to kind of get leaned over on the side, so it should hit and hold that up. So yeah, and I will open this up for now because I don't think we're going to need it. We're at 172 on the nozzle, bed's at 48. And I did not clean the bed, so we'll see. We'll see if we get any adhesion issues from not cleaning the bed to start with. Because I tend to forget to do that. Meanwhile, like I said, I don't want to necessarily install their software if I don't have to. We bring up Orca Slicer over here and see if Orca Slicer has a Kobra S1 profile. Anycubic. There is not an Anycubic Orca slicer profile yet. Now I say that, but let me see if there are any updates as well. So nothing in Orca Slicer yet. So the filament temp is at 140, the bed's at 57, so it overshot the 55 a little bit. Looks like it's going to do the probing. So as much as I don't want to, was hoping that they would just have a okay, click here to download, but apparently not. Yes. We're going to be testing out the filament runout sensor since that filament just broke. This filament probably needs to be dried. It's been sitting out in the open air for a decent amount of time. How much is it pooping? Okay, well, it was trying to push from here, and there was nothing in there, so it wasn't pushing anything. Anycubic Slicer is an open source, friendly FDM 3D printing slicing software that makes 3D printing easier with reliable slicing algorithms and a simplified workflow. Anycubic Slicer is based on Prusa Research Prusa Slicer, which originates from Slick3R by Alessandro, blah, 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 in the RepRap community. Well, that's good. You can access the source code sharing via the following links. So they do have a GitHub repo. And they have an Orca Slicer download link. That's interesting. But I was just in Orca Slicer 2.2. It's showing 2.1 something. And there was no selection for the Anycubic Kobra S1. Okay. Yes, we have movement. We are putting down plastic, and hey, it looks like a benchy with a brim. Anycubic Slicer is an open source slicing software developed based on Orca Slicer. This is the Anycubic Slicer Next. So Windows 10 or higher, Intel Core i5 6600 or Ryzen 5 1600. 8 gig minimum, 16 gig recommended RAM, about 2 gig of hard disk space, an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1050 or AMD Radeon RX 480 or higher, Mac OS 10.15 or higher, Intel Core 4 or Apple M1 4 core, and 8 minimum, 16 recommended. So All right, I'm going to download this. Hopefully it does not nuke this box. And what I will do is I will use its presets to create an Orca Slicer base profile to start with. Filament clogging detected. Click resume to resolve it. It failed several times. Please stop printing. It couldn't. No. So it is backing up. You know what? It might have been where the filament broke. Oh, that is awesome. Did that work? I'm confused. Okay, that's the issue. Yeah, once again, I may just be having an issue right now because of the filament I am using is in need of drying. And I kind of don't want to dry. So it looks like it's paused again. We'll say resume. It's retracting filament. Why it's pulling the red back. And why it tried to pull the red forward. Pulled the white completely out now. Awesome. That's not going to tangle at all. Not at all. All right, look, that just broke too. All right, so apparently I've got to dry some filament. So how's about I go and get some new filament that's still fresh in a box or in a thing. We may try some of that. Maybe we'll try drying with this. Pop this out. Just leave the blue in for you. And say, okay, now there's only one filament loaded, so you should know which filament to use. I'm trying to confuse it and see if we can break it to start with, apparently. And you are backing said filament out. Okay, so I think I know what the issue is there's filament between the filament runout sensor and the whatchamacallit, the tool head, and then there's filament here that it keeps trying to back out. I like the fact that it'll let me self feed it. Now the question is can I get it up through the filament runout sensor? Yes. Okay. Let's see if that helps it. If not, I may have to take things apart. Hey, thank you for the follow, Feral Elder Millennial. Welcome on in. Hey, R2 Builder, how's it going? So, hey, Philinux, welcome in. We're trying to print right now. This is the Anycubic Kobra S1 with the ACE system. The issue that I'm having is this filament is somewhat dry, and I've got a broken piece between here and the extruder. And for whatever reason, it's backing back out. I don't know why. The downside is I'm going to have to most likely take the top off, which means set this down to the side, take the top off, and try and fish the broken filament out that's in the extruder. We'll get some things out of the way. This is not the printer's fault, by the way. This is 100% Digital Dragon's fault. That should definitely be long enough. Looks like it's going to retract this all the way out, or at least a good part of the way. And I'm sure it just stopped and complained again, right? Okay. So I'm going to take this and set it down on the stool, maybe. Will it go there? Yes, and maybe no. Hmm. Bit tight, but now do I get at that and get that out? Question is how do I get that off? Still not seeing where the front comes off. Not easily, at least. One could, I don't know, read the instructions. I need to get the PTFE tube out. Once again, folks, this is 100% me, so do not blame this on the printer. What I'm trying to do is push down on the PTFE locking ring to get the PTFE out, but that does not seem to be working. Is it a PTFE locking ring or It's a PTFE locking ring. So I'm stopping the print because I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to figure out how to open the tool head. It's a PTFE locking ring with a clip on it. So you can't push down from the top and just open it up. I'm going to have to take the front cover off to be able to get in there. Ay, 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 ay. Well, it's a good thing that I've got a wiki and a manual. Want to, yeah, file I downloaded. No issues. Run this file to install their, okay, so we're going to go over to full display real fast. Hey, Mod Light, how's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome, 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 everybody. So what we're doing is, you know, I did my normal. I broketed things. I wonder, move calibration control. Filament stuff, print. Like I was wondering if there was a like, hey, eject, and I'm not necessarily seeing. Whoops, retract. Let me see if I can get it to retract the filament all the way. Otherwise, I am going to have to figure out how to get in there. So I have downloaded their software, and that's what I'm getting ready to start installing here. This is the Anycubic Slicer Next Setup Wizard, which is their fork of Orca Slicer. The agreement probably says that, you know, anything I slice and use is theirs. I have no idea. I never look at them. I just assume that they are collecting statistics on everything I slice and do. The hot end's preheated. Let's see what it does to retract the filament. Global, not China. Okay, so it's supposedly retracted. I don't know if it did or didn't. For giggles, I'm going to take the PTFE tube out of the back and get a length of filament and see how far I can push it through. I don't think I'm going to get it to go too far. Yeah. So it's that far, which means the filament is just inside the printer case itself, basically, and up to the tool head. So I'm going to have to take the tool head door off to be able to get into the tool head, and so I can get the PTFE tube out to extract the piece of filament that's stuck in the PTFE tube to the tool head. I do not want to join their program. Anycubic Kobra S1 with a 0.4 nozzle. Sure, I don't have any of the others, so there's no need to install every single version, every single printer. Just the Anycubic Kobra S1. Okay, only their filament, sure. And hey, there we are. So basically, I'm going to take this and try and decipher and figure out. Oh man, they have hidden a lot of things. Oh, there we go. No, they just had it out of advanced mode. Okay. How's it going, R2 Builder, Rocky? Yeah, it's an interesting design. How much is it pooping? Um, these are the poops. And it's pretty interesting because I never put black in there. There's no black in there, but that is a black to blue transition. So there's your poop. Um, somewhat consistent to what we're getting with the bamboo. Now, wiki. Kobra S1 maintenance. Print head. Guess it really doesn't matter, huh? We just need to get into the thing. Give me a wiki to open something up. Remove the front outer shell of the print head. Remove the fan plug. So this literally sounds like you should be able to just pop the print head off. I don't want to break my new printer. I can't see if there's anything on the other side that is holding it on there. Let me do this. No. There's a thing that says Tighten here, but I'm assuming that that would be Tighten. The extruder lever. Like there's 4 screws on the back side, and I mean like the back half of it. I'm seeing no screws on the front. This feels like tension on the extruder. This lever over here front to back feels like it's the cutter. So when it comes over here, it's doing the cutting. Like it literally removed the front cover. And this is what I'm trying to do is get to this. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. Remove the front cover. Looks like they're grabbing it low. I'm shaking this thing side to side and getting nothing. So I'm side to side, nothing. Trying to tilt, nothing. It doesn't say anything about having to undo a screw. I mean, maybe I just gotta. Okay, there we go. Okay. So let me bring you guys in here. Rather than being held on with magnets, you've got these pins. Let me go full screen. We've got these pins right here that are like cross hatches that go inside these. So you kind of have to wiggle, pull, wiggle, pull, wiggle, pull. Yes, this is the tension arm for the extruder. This is the cutting arm, I would think, for the filament. 5010 blower fan. Here's our hot end. And it looks like it's a quick detach hot end. Here's our wires. The control board's on the back side. What I need to do is get this clip out right here. Sorry. You see if I can get this to stay. Okay. I need to get this clip out here. Now I can push that down, pull the PTFE tube out. Maybe. Good God. Push this down. PTFE tube come out. PTFE tube not coming out. Oh, there we go. There's the filament. Now watch. So there's filament there. When I pull that filament out, that's all the filament. That's why it was basically coming all the way back to here. And I've had this same issue happen with the AMS. It's just has nothing to do with the printer. It's with the filament that I was using. The good news is this obviously is not going down into the hot end because there's a cutter involved, but to jam that back down there, debate with yourself whether you want to put this back on. And clips from hell. Interesting tool head though. Small 3010 fan for cooling. Make sure that you get your wires up here. This gives us a chance to look. We're cooling from both sides pretty decently. There's a screw right there. So we should be able to take this off and replace it with a different fan down the road if that is something that we want to do. Here there are fan wires available at the top. Get things lined up. Okay, and I'm just looking here. So we've got these clips here as well on the side. And then on the side of the tool head, we've got these clips right here. So that's why getting the tool head cover off is kind of a pain in the tuchus. Make sure things are lined up, give it a good press straight back, hear everything click. The good news is our first layer was going down really good. The bad news is well, we're probably going to, not necessarily bad news, we're going to swap that filament out with something brand new out of the case. Because I don't want to deal with this. Maybe what we'll do is we'll turn the heater on and let this do a heat while we're printing with a new spool of filament. And that'll help dry these out before we do another print. So let me go grab something new in box. Why not? Let's grab some satin rainbow gradient panchroma from a Pez Liz. And Liz, I am going to stab this, so don't look. I've got 15 bags. They're all full of project files right now. This is what we're going to go with. Panchroma gradient. Down the yep. Now, my one question I'm going to have is, can we print and dry at the same time? I don't know why we shouldn't be able to. Be interesting. So we just turned the printer back on, so we're waiting for that to come up. So look into how to bind the printer. How's it going, Tugboat? Hope you're doing well. Yes, definitely. Thank you for the follow and the 10 months of subscriptions. Dang, Tugboat. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the support. Okay, we installed the software. Okay, click on Workbench. Cool. Okay, so we're ready to start printing. Before I do that, though, I do want to come over here. So we've got the Anycubic slicer up here. We've got Orca. So, kind of looks very similar, doesn't it? We need to come over to the workbench. And this is where we can add printers, manage print jobs, and so forth. So it wants us to log in. I'm going to need to do that over here. And what did I set the password? Lovely. Logged in. Good. Now what? We're in. We see the Anycubic S1 over here. There's a camera. Let me see if I hit play. Do we get a camera? Kind of what I was looking for is do we get a camera? Kind of not getting a camera. Is the camera turned on? There's nothing camera device wise on here. Looks like there's the camera symbol up there, so I'm assuming it's good. Let's start that benchy again. Ooh, print while drying. Rock on. It'll only let us go up to 55C. We're going to start drying. See if we can't dry and print at the same time. So this is obviously a setup for cloud printing based on here. You got to turn on the AI detection, maybe. Maybe. AI detection off. Still trying to connect. Oh, and it's waiting for me to select which color and material. So I don't know if you guys can hear that background, but that is the fan and heating that just kicked on the ACE unit. Um, refresh. We've got the Benchy going. Print settings, Anycubic, new firmware version available for update. Really? Wasn't telling me that before. Interesting. We've got enable drying going. Hmm. AI detection is off. Oh, we have a brass 0.4. That would be good to know. ACE PTC abnormal drawing has been stopped. Please make sure to repair in a power off state. Interesting. So already we have an issue. Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere on the screen to turn on that that detection. They give it to me on the phone app. So it does say there's another firmware update available. Okay, I've got camera on my phone. Probably leave that door open, printing PLA. Do I get camera in the app? There we go. We got camera on the app now. Just a little bit of weirdness. It happens. A new printer after all. Can't really make that too much bigger, can we? Um, hmm. Yeah, normally that's just what it is. It just hit the play button. Um, but for whatever reason, when I did it, it was just trying to connect. But as soon as I did it on the phone app, then I did it on the web app, it worked. So that was a little weird. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. It, you know, the bamboo stuff did a little wonky, weird stuff like that as well. I mean, I'm not going to blame that on anything weird. It's what they're aging. I don't know about new. Yeah. By the way, everybody, once again, if you want merch, this is the newest edition that just arrived, which is the dark mode of the coffee mug, 12 or 15 ounce. The light mode, you can get 12, 15, or 20 ounce. It's a limitation of the vendor. Can't mess with that. Or I guess I could find a different vendor, but got water bottles too. Got some shirts up there. My shirt should be here Saturday. sent you a DM on Discord about, yep, and I need to respond to you about that. I do have an idea for a custom shirt. Something about coffee and lube, right? Because we like to do both of those things on stream. We like to drink coffee and we like to lube our rods and rails. Our balls, our rods, and rails. So it's pulling in some filament, which means it's doing the poop prep. And we should hopefully have an easier time this go around because this is fresh out of the box filament. So we should not have an issue with this. And once again, for clarification on what poops look like, there's a poop. So pretty typical size poops. Maybe a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe a tiny bit more. Yeah, so there's a secondary poop. It's like I kind of like the little poops that the box turtle does because it's more of a solid mass than a big stringy clump. That sounded wrong? Yep. So this is the 44-minute benchy file. I thought I saw something about a 15-minute benchy, but I didn't see that file on the printer already, so. Glass of the coffee. So, one of the other things, I've been playing Network Engineer lately. And what I mean by that is, when you notice we've had some issues with our Wi-Fi, like it being down for 2 days recently, but we had been on wireless up here again since when we had the fiber internet installed. The location of the modem and everything moved to a physically different room in the house. It's out in the living room now. So over the weekend, since I didn't have internet and nothing else better to do, and it was fairly cool, I climbed up in the attic and I ran 2 new lines from the living room up into the attic, across the house, and up here into the room where the other 2 lines that went down to the master bedroom were. So the nice thing is right now I'm on a connection from the modem up to this wall where I've now got a 4-gang or a 4-plate of RJ45 jacks. 1 and 2 will go downstairs to the master bedroom so we can put the Apple TV back on hardwire. 3 goes back down to the two-face outlet in the living room, and there's a reason. And then I have what I'm referring to as the network interconnect that goes from my modem downstairs in the living room upstairs here, and then around to a little 5-port router back there in the corner, little Linksys router, right? Well, my plan, either that 5-port's going to go over in the corner or I've got another 8-port. I think what I'm going to do is move the little 5-port Linksys over there and put the 8-port on the desk to give me more options for direct connect up here. But what I'm going to do is the network interconnect inbound into the 5-port switch, and then 1, 2, and 3 back out. And then the 4th port is the one that comes around to the desk. Now, the one that comes around to the desk, at some point, is going to get cut and terminated because I've got a 16-port switch that I plan on installing up underneath this center portion. And when I install that underneath here, the borons, everything over here, I can't remember. I don't think this has a network connection. This has a network connection. That stuff has, anything that can be physically network jacked in is going to get physically network jacked in and moved off of the wireless. Because I think that's part of the reason why wireless has been nerfed so bad lately is all of these things on the wireless, like this printer right here. Wireless only. Why? I'm pretty sure, I say pretty sure, at some point I will open the back on this and see, and I'm not going to get too upset, but chances are there is a host controller on here that has an Ethernet jack. It's about time you did something. So right now the 2 lines downstairs are just sitting there in a hole in the wall. I didn't want to make the hole too big because I was out of the boxes. You got the old work boxes that kind of slip in. They've got ears. They'll slip in, and then you tighten a screw in each corner, and this little flap will come up like this and get pulled into the back side of the drywall, so it holds it secure to the drywall. Well, my plan is I'm going to have one jack or one line that comes out of, or my plan was to have one line going into the living room that comes from the router and runs upstairs to run everything upstairs. The other one is currently going to be in the living room right now, but eventually I need to move my dresser and stuff out of the other bedroom or out of the way of the wall. And I'm going to punch another hole in the other side and do another box there so I can put a network drop in one of the other rooms. Because right now, there's no network drops in any of my house, except the ones that I'm adding. Which isn't a hard thing to do. It's just annoying that I have to do it. So things are looking good. Let me bring this in. So we're doing good. We've got something that looks like boat. Right? I'll just hold this. We'll go back to the full bench view and I'll hold it from this side. But we got boat. You got kicked out of someone channel for telling a streamer, not everybody prints fast, not all prints are gross, and he never had a 3D filament printer, and I told him you can voice your thought about it, and I can't. Yeah, well, everything keeps coming out about, oh, how fast and this and that, and I'm not sure if you can tell how much this is shaking, so let me put it up here and just look. Well, I'm gonna have to put you on a tripod so it's stable, but just look at the door and watch how much it is shaking. Well, when it starts to get up to speed again. Right? So the problem with doing high accels is the jerk rate and everything shakes. And when you've got a like a whole row of printers. This whole, I mean, this is a pretty heavy duty rack behind me, and this whole dang rack will shake. It will shake, and it's bad. Now, I just did the same thing over on this Creality printer where I needed to pop the filament out because the filament had gone past the filament runout sensor and was kind of up. Well, there was some filament still left in uh, the the PTFE tube between the sensor and the extruder. The difference is on the Creality box here, it doesn't have a clip on it, so it's just an easy push down, pull out, and you're ready to go again. And yes, I know that sounds bad, but my point being, I don't have to sit here and try and wiggle and figure out if I'm going to break a brand new printer to get the front face off so that I can pull a clip to be able to push the PTFE locking ring down to get the PTFE tube out. And by the way, I do like the Creality K1C here. I do like it. So far, everything I've thrown at it, it prints well. Here, for play, resume, go. So I have been liking the K1C. Yeah, I know they just came out with a filament, a multi-filament option. So they do have a kit that you can put on a Creality K1 series now to run the CFS. See if I can. See if I can find that, and we'll pull that up while this is printing. Hey, Tink Live, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, no, I slow things down a lot. Very few times. If I want to print faster, here's the thing: if you want to print faster, print with a bigger nozzle, or get a more rigid printer and mount it in such a way that, or I say mount it, but do it in such a way that it doesn't shake everything apart. What I'm trying to do, there's no. I know I've seen it and I've watched the Creality guys do the install. But I'm not sure if the kits themselves are out yet. To do the conversion. Ooh. Accessories upgrade kit. Maybe it's not out yet. But I know that there's videos out now about the DFS for the K1. So it was announced. Yeah, I don't know, but it is coming. You should be able to find it eventually and order it if you've got a K1 or K1, K1C, K1 Max type of setup. So that's available. Of course, this has the ACE. We're going to have to figure out why the dryer wasn't working on this. Could be a power thing. I don't know. I could have just drawn too much power and it was like, yep, no, I'm not going to do it. But it was talking about some type of PTC, which to me would be like a temperature thing. But then again, there may be some firmware updates for it that need to be installed. So, because it does say that there's new firmware version available. So we'll have to look into that. But yeah, right now, boat is boating. And it's looking pretty good. Like I said, the camera here isn't all that stellar, but it's a 480p. It's all you need for so a 480p camera is all you really need for spaghetti detection and even doing time lapses, right? Because it would do a layer, move the tool head out of the way, take a snapshot, come back in and do another layer. It's going to take a lot longer, but sounds great, Modlight. Take it easy, and I'll reach out to you on Discord. Does the ACE have room for desiccant? The ACE does not technically have a provision for desiccant. Okay. I did not see anything in the bottom for desiccant. Let me pull these out and I'll double check. Oh, nope. There, well, I was going to say it looks like there could be desiccant in the back, but that's actually where the hot air is going to be coming from and circulating around the back side. So the answer to that question is I do not believe it has a provision for desiccant. Because once again, it's a filament dryer, right? It has a physical lock on it versus, anything like that. It's a physical lock, which sets it down in there, closes it up nicely, and it has a drying setting. We are 47.7.8.9, 48% done. So and yeah, so far from what I can tell and looking at it, it's looking great. I mean, it definitely looks like a boat. The one thing that I didn't have, because once again I was out of internet at the time, was any type of cable clamps. So here's some 2-wire cable clamps. I printed these out in ASA. Uses a standard drywall screw through the middle so you can screw it into the wood. And I printed out a plate of these in both, primarily 2, because most of my runs are paired together. But I do have a couple of 4s that I can use as I start getting towards the wall in here where I have all 4 of them. I'm going to be able to go up in the attic again, take my drill up there and use these to hold those cables in place so that they're not just sitting there and doing the swoop, like power line swoop between things. I mean, you're kind of supposed to do this. And this is ASA, so this is a good material that'll deal with the heat and the temperature. So now I've got a bunch of these that I can throw in my pocket, go up there with some screws and my drill, and get the wires attached in several places so that they're supported better. And like I said, just not sitting there dangling around. You know, trying to do the nice IT thing. It's almost like I've been an IT guy for a lot of my life. And thanks to Evil Diesel, because I was like, hey, dude, I need some network cable. He goes, okay. So we went out to eat Sunday morning. We went to drop him back off at home. He goes, oh, don't drive off just yet. You need that wire. Handed me a whole case of it. I was like, what the heck? He goes, if you need more, I got another two cases in the garage. I was like, oh, well, okay. What I really need to do is figure out if I can. I don't know when they installed power out to the shed if there's enough room and if they left a line through there that I could pull a network cable out there using the same conduit. Because if they did, that would be cool because I would be able to plumb in a line, a network drop out there and maybe put another, set of lines out there for things like the Milo and the rat rig mills, which are sitting out in the shed. Or heck, for that matter, go out and take one of my old wireless routers out there and set that up. So we're looking good. The downside is this is a small enough model that it's not going to get much of a color change on it. The other thing that most people don't understand is when you're running your printers faster and fast accelerations like this, you're getting that jerking moment, right? It's a high speed, high tension movement on your belts. So if you've got any type of mechanical issue, if your belts aren't centered right and they're up against an edge of a pulley, it's going to wear and abrade very quickly, right? And especially if you're dealing with a 3D printed part and that 3D printed part starts to fail or crack, you won't even notice it until you start seeing your belts abrading. And by then, like that's what happened to the KB. No, it wasn't the KB 3D Rook 2020. It was the other Rook 2020 that we've been going to shows with. we had, I didn't notice it because it is split on a layer line and had an issue. How much similarity does this have with the Bamboo X1C? A lot, right? It's got a single motor triple lead screw bed system. It's using some type of load cell because it's coming up and tapping the nozzle with the bed. So chances are, from the looks of it, the load cell's at the bottom of the bed, very much like an X1C carbon. The 120 millimeter side skirt fan is over here on the right instead of the left. The left is completely barren, so that's kind of nice. You can do a lot of things over there. It's got a poop chute, and it poops. Just like an X1C carbon or any of the X1s or bamboo machines. Now, the thing that I made a comment about and I like is you can see that motor, which means you can access that motor. And from the looks of it, I can get all 4 mounting screws, and if I need to, I can get in and replace that motor without having to tear a bunch of things out. Same thing on both sides. So serviceability may be there. You can see that we have some injection molded parts, 8 millimeter rods on the Y, dual 10 millimeters on the X. It's 250 by 250 by 250, where the X1s, T1s and X1s are 256, 256, 256. So from print size volume wise, this is slightly less, where the Elegoo Centauri carbon is going to be 256, 256, 256. Yeah, it's meh. Let's see. The X1 or the K1C right behind me, it's 220, 220, 250. So it's a little bit smaller than this build volume wise. Still roughly the same size. Single color, but now has multicolor option. You have to go and do things. It doesn't have a poop chute. The K1 series is going to poop down on the floor, and you're going to have to clean up the floor, which means you'll have to be careful if you're doing anything that's max height, because it's going to come down all the way at the bottom, and it does come all the way down to the bottom. So you would have to have something to clean that out or limit your Z height some, so it doesn't come down in a pile of poop, right? There you go, cruising girl. Like I said, single Z motor, triple lead screw belted. We did look at the bottom of this earlier in the video. So when this gets posted, you can either watch the VOD on Twitch or give me a couple of days. I'll have it moved over to YouTube, and you can watch that there. Rather than this being magnetic, we had to fidget with it because it's got clips and like posts that are injection molded that go in. I can see that getting broken fairly easily. So hopefully there's a STL, or these are very, very cheap injection molded parts, or you just don't need to get in there that much. This is physically mounted on the printer. I'm sure there's a way of getting it off, but yeah, it comes pre-mounted on the printer. Literally, same type of thing. I had to undo 2 screws in the front to pull the ace out of the top. And then there was like 3 screws I had to undo to take the plate or the tray that this sits in out. And then I had to do there's 4 screws for the plate that held it down. Then it was 3 screws to take unlock the bed at the rails from the base of the machine. So I've got a handful of screws here. In the back, it's 4 PTFE tubes coming out. So each lane has its own buffer. And then it comes down into a 4 into 1. And that 4 into 1 is where a filament sensor's at. Okay, good or bad? The standard spool holder is dead center in the back of the machine. So if you ever need to go with just a single spool, and it's a 1 kilo spool, you're not going to put a 2 kilo spool on the back here. It's going to be weird, right? So you're putting an ace on it, and you're leaving it that way, right? That's the issue I have with the K1C right now. Is the K1C, the spool holder is dead center in the back of the machine. Now, it does have a part that you can print that I have printed out that'll move it to the side. I just still haven't installed it because I was running a 3 kilo spool of white PLA. So, yeah, not a fan of clips. It'll break. The poot chute have Teflon tape like the bamboo. It's got... Yeah, it goes back and it kind of closes the poop chute, and it drops down on that poop chute. I haven't really looked to see what material that it feels like aluminum. I don't know about the Teflon tape. I'll have to look at that again. But it feels like a little aluminum lever that it pushes back on that rotates up with a plate that blocks it off. It poops on the plate, and when it's done and it pulls away, that's when it pops down, just like a bamboo does. The difference is there's a, next to the poop chute, there is like just a silicone pad, and then the little PTFE roller that it'll go across. And the the Teflon tape's at the top of the poop chute to prevent it from melting the poop chute itself. Let me see if I can slide this forward and see down in there. It does look like there is some type of tape or something there. I'm not sure if it might be like a piece of aluminum, or I think it's a piece of metal along the front edge. No, well, it has like a serrated cutter like you would see on like saran wrap or something. So I'm sure that's what's, that's cutting that filament at the nozzle as it's doing the poop. And it looks like there is like a longer strip of something underneath it, but I can't tell what the material is. Like I'd have to physically move the head and put my finger down there to feel it to see what it is. Yeah, you were getting clogs until you replace that missing tape. Yeah. Yeah, and that's almost like what this looks like is a rectangular piece of, it's either aluminum or some of that aluminum tape like you would see people wrap around the what is it, like the PN05, PLC 05, on a boron. It looks like some of that aluminum insulation tape, but has a serrated edge at the top to obviously cut the filament off cleanly. It could be like I said, I'm gonna have to be able to get my finger in there and feel it. And I'm gonna have to, of course, wait until this print's done. Ooh, I wonder. Let's see if the wiki has anything as far as like trying to like, hey, here's something you might have to maintenance. Um, Kobra S1. Interesting. So nothing in the nothing per se. Cooling fans, power supply. Um, yeah, nothing as far as the poop chute or any part of the poop chute is listed on here. Huh, that's what she said. Yep. Bamboo Wiki doesn't mention the tape that exactly. Yep. No, that makes sense. That to me is gonna obviously be a consumable. So this is almost done, but I wanna show this. So we were talking about. I'm pretty sure I could take the back panel off and look at the motherboard and see that there's a network drop. Yeah. Here's the Kobra S1 motherboard replacement guide, right? 1.5 millimeter Allen key. Disassemble the motherboard housing. We're looking at the top of the printer, the right hand side. Okay. So this is where the USB connection is, right? And we're taking off this side cover. And there's our motherboard. It's a small strip motherboard. Yeah, that's what I figured is you'd have to buy the whole thing. So just a few things. I mean, that's pretty. This looks like a small strip, so that's obviously a customized board. Um, God, that's gotta suck to have to work on too. Hope I never have to get up into that sucker. But yeah, so we did find out what the motherboard looks like. Come back to the bench side view because we're almost done. We're at 98.4. We're working on our thingamabobber, the smokestack. They don't supply the tape. The little like inch by inch thing of Captain Tape or whatever. Gonna come forward. Gonna go that way and hit. Oh, come this way to home. Go over, and it just did the cut. There's a. This is pretty interesting. I just noticed this. There's that little lever right there on this idler housing, right? Well, make sure that's not going to move on me. That idler right there has a gap in it that fits just nicely on that lever. This one over here doesn't have that little opening. That's just something interesting, but we got both. A little bit of a color change, not a lot. We'll pull it out here in a second after it cools down, but a slight bit of fuzziness right there in the door. Not bad. There are some imperfections. Like I said, we'll pop it off here in a second. We'll let it cool down a little bit. Took 43 minutes, 7 seconds. Yeah, boat has brim, and this is the pre-sliced file. That is correct. This is a pre-sliced file. So this is a dual-sided textured plate, but this side has no writing on it. This side does have writing on it. I don't know. It says double-sided PEI. There does not seem to be anything that it's using on here to scan or calibrate anything. Pop that off. Slide this back in. I will say the brim settings are pretty good. That pretty much came almost completely off. Very good first layer. Got a little bit of a color transition here. This is definitely a nice little transition. Now, this front left corner, there's a little imperfection. Let me Get that out of the way. Front left corner here, little bit of a print imperfection on that front corner. Right there. Um, Rounded tops of all these portals, windows, the door. Um, Kind of hard to see even on here, but it's slightly flattened versus a perfect curved on the door opening. Yeah, I don't know why they have a brim here, but like I said, there's a there you go. Boom. You see that right there? Kind of like an overshoot. It's almost like a bad pressure advance or something. The overhangs sag a little bit. They're not bad. A little bit of sagging there. Very little stringing. Like I said, this is new out of the box, so there might be a little bit of stringing. There's our captain's wheel, which looks like it's got a little bit of a, right at the very top of it, it loses some of its roundness. But all in all, I mean, you could, if you had good eyes, you could see that. Boom. So all in all, I mean, this could be from eh, maybe. I mean, compared to other benchies, this is stellar. I mean, look at that. Look at the bow line. Nice and crisp, no cooling issues right there. Probably one of the best bow lines I've had. So all in all, this came out nice. This came out nice. Now here's a question for you. Yes, you see a hull line. I have yet to print a benchy that did not show the hull line. And that is literally where the deck is at. And you could probably get that potentially away with some of the new slicer settings by the amount of percentage that it over that it the infill goes into the walls. You could probably minimize that some more. What I want to do now is Anycubic slicer. I don't even know what files I have downloaded. I was going to see if there was something that we could print. You know what? This filament screams vase, right? Um, I, I can't do that. Well, 50,000 vases. Um, bum, bum, bum. Hey, let's put this I figure a vase would be tall enough that we would see the color gradients some more. Oh, haven't done like 30,000 of those. I'm looking for something that's fairly free flowing and organic if I'm going to do one. Oh, I saw one up. Semi interesting. Sure. Here we go. Download. Okay. Downloads. Base cloth. Sure, why not? We'll do that size. What size is it? 104 millimeters tall. Good enough. Um, where is base mode at? I normally don't print vases. Base mode. Base mode. Base mode. Vert brim special mode. Spiral vase. There we go. Boom. Hey, we need to change a bunch of stuff. Yeah, sure. That gets rid of infill, one wall, blah, blah, blah. I might want to do is so we're on a 0.4 nozzle, right? I'm going to actually make that 0.6. 150% the size of the nozzle. That should work. I just want a thicker wall. I find too often they're a thinner wall, and the Cobra one is not cloud only. I am currently cloud connected. I have it set up via the app. I have it set up via their slicer. You can do it LAN only mode. About an hour print time. Okay. Remote print for export. Remote print. PLA. Anycubic Kobra S1. Everything's pre-checked. It won't let me change it. Drying options not enabled. Didn't like me trying to dry the filament out before while printing, so don't know what that was about. I'll have to look into it. We're going to start print. Sending the file over. Downloading files, please wait. Now, there is a version of their slicer that is based on Prusa slicer. This version that I'm using right here that's up on the screen is their slicer that's based on Orca slicer. So this is a fork of Orca slicer. my thing is I don't want to have 50,000 versions of slicer. This does have some things in it. Maybe I'll keep this, and maybe I will still go through and try and set something up directly through Orca and see if I can get most of it. Dang it, you let me get started without doing a firmware update. Apparently there's yet another firmware version update that we need to do. So hey, 3D Medic Vince, welcome in. Welcome in. Like a Cobra K3, possibly. So this is cloud or LAN. Like literally, if I go in here, network, you have wireless LAN, you have account, you have LAN mode. LAN mode is turned off right now. Let me bring you in here closer. Okay. So network, where there is LAN mode's turned off. I am doing cloud. I am logged in with my account. Wireless LAN. You do have the ability to connect via Bluetooth here as well to get everything set up initially. But yeah, I am set up that way, but you do have LAN mode. In which case, like right now, yes, my stuff does technically get processed up through their cloud and back down. I'm trying to work through it and see what it looks like. But yeah, I can probably I don't know. I'm going to throw a sniffer on my network and see what's going on and see if there's a bunch of added noise. If there is, then maybe I'll change my stance and we'll go to LAN mode. But right now I'm going to roll with it the way it is. I'm going to slide this back some more. Right there. Yeah, so the bed's at 50. The bed was set to 55 and it's overshooting to 58. I really need to see if there's any way of doing like a PID tune on this because it's overshooting something fierce. But folks, I'm also not going to stay on here all night. I'm definitely not going to wait another hour for this thing to print. I will get this going though. I will let this print. I will stay up and wait for it to finish printing, and I'll take a picture or a picture or two and post it up on the various socials. And I will let this get started though. Right. There we go. Trying to get that tube back in there. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you guys the same thing I've said a couple of other times regarding the whole bamboo debacle, right? Bamboo hasn't changed anything that has impacted my ability to use the printer as a tool. The moment they do, then I start getting concerned and I start worrying about things, right? But as long as the printer prints and it still works, like I'll be quite honest with you. I'm running Bamboo Slicer, right? I'll use the Handy app while I'm sitting downstairs to monitor a print. When my internet was down and I had to go into the office, I was checking the handy app because if I could get to the printer, my network's back up, right? And welcome in, We Be Printing. Yo. Other than that, I open it up, I slice, I print, and I go. I use Prusa slicer for my Prusas. I use bamboo slicer for the bamboos. Everything else has been set up with Orca slicer. I had to install, well, I didn't have to. I installed theirs, theirs being Anycubic's Orca version, and seeing how they've customized it, it doesn't look like they took away anything necessarily from Orca, but the device tab is called Workbench, and it presents things in a manner that I think would be useful to somebody new to 3D printing, right? Like a mainsail interface embedded in here may be a bit too much for some people that are new to 3D printing, not people that have been printing for years, right? But here's the point, Cruising Girl, where you have a section for land printers. These would be any printers that were in land mode only. Cloud printer, that's currently my Anycubic Kobra S1. It is in cloud mode. Your printer list would be all of your printers, whether they're cloud or LAN only. Okay? And you have the ability to add a printer here. So it is what it is. I think this is an okay interface and designed for people that are maybe not, like, I would recommend this type of thing to somebody that's their first printer, and I actually find this interface useful. The K1C version. So this to me is a slick presentation. Okay. If I come over here to Orca, and I'm going to look at the CoreXY K1C. Okay. Let me come over here to the device tab. Why does that not surprise me? 238 refused to connect because it's not 238. It has a different IP address, I'm pretty sure. $222. Okay. So one thing, the host type for a CoreXY has to be CoreXY print. It will not talk any other way. Okay? Just be aware. And when you come over to device, this is their view. Right? You've got control, you've got your files, temperature. So this is like fluid or mainsail, one of the two, that they've just rejiggered. It makes no sense to me the way they ordered this. None at all. Okay? This at least looks useful to a first timer. Hey, Rittenhouse, how's it going? I can understand that, Rittenhouse. Performance issues between the two. Yeah. Bamboo Slicer is not happy with land mode, so you've been using Orca. I could understand that as well. Hey, Zany Maker Zach, how's it going? You don't name the printers? I do, Cruising Girl. This printer right now is just Anycubic Kobra S1 because I couldn't think of a name on the fly. Um, but yes, I do name my printers. Like, there's the nameplate for Kyber Dragon, which is sitting downstairs, which is going to go to Echovate. And this nameplate has holes for screws if you're screwing it into a wooden bench, but I also added spots for magnets so it'll magnetize to my bench. So as I move things around, I can just plug it in there. You mean you mean in DNS? Yes and no. So like rat rig. When I first did the rat rig, I could look it up as ratos.local. I've since renamed it to Parthenax, so now I'd have to type out Parthenax. What I normally do to my printers is I static IP them so that they're always pulling the same IP address and then their names so I can look them up by name or static IP. And then I just bookmark them in the web browser. Yeah, I go and do a DHCP reservation in. So I will do a DHCP reservation in my router with a static IP address that's not in the DHCP lease pool, if that makes sense. Hey, thanks for the follow, KC Special. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I'm fighting my lav mic cord. Yeah, it's just going to keep going around and around because we're doing a vase mode right now. Because I wanted something that was taller that we can get through a couple of color changes. So right now we did a, we did a benchy because why not do a benchy? And we got a change in there, like color change. But I mean, everything came out good. This is really like the only spot where I feel like there's a really noticeable issue is that front corner there by my finger. The front corner of the wheelhouse. There's a little, not a layer shift because it doesn't go all the way around. It's just like a little bounce out there on that front corner. And I don't get why. But all in all, it's a boat. It came out good. You can see the first layer extremely well. If you've got better eyes than me, wow. I say better eyes than me, and then I'm able to zoom in. But you do get the 3D Benchy words on the back. Camera's really not good for it. But yeah, it's printing great. We did have some issues initially. That's my bad. Every single spool of filament I put on it has been sitting underneath this bench for probably months. And I was having filament breaking in the PTFE tubes. That's me, right? And then we started to try and do a print and dry at the same time, and it didn't really like that. I just enabled drying. Let's see if it'll dry or if it'll throw another error. So drying tip is going to be 45C. There's 4 spools of PLA filament in here right now. We can do ABS, ASA, PETG, PLA. We can do it all. We'll probably try something else a little bit later. Hey Tim, how's it going? You're just installing a new extruder in the Neptune 4. Nice. You're using PFSense for your router. Okay. Yeah, that's the one thing I probably need to do, but I'm waiting a bit because so I just had a laptop refresh at work and we had these hybrid worker bundles. So yeah, I believe mine's on order. And if it comes in, I'm actually going to have a Cisco Meraki security device on my network. So that'll catch quite a lot. What is my opinion of CoPrint? So CoPrint. I'm going to sit down for a second. Maybe close this partially. I thought about it. There was a part of me that's like, do I buy this? And the more I looked at it, the more I said no. And there is a place in the market for it, okay? Because it works with both Marlin and Clipper. It's a direct connect type of add-on capability, but it's a tool head that you have to install. It's individual extruders for each color that you want to add. So if you want to add 4, you can add 4. If you want to do 8, you need to add 8 individual extruders to your printer somehow, or externally mount them, which you can do that as well. You can create some way of like adding a bar and mounting the 8 individual extruders that go into their tool head. And then you have to manage 8 spools. And there's no buffer. Or at least I didn't see a buffer to it. Zombie Hedgehog has got a CoPrint setup. I believe he already has it. I believe as soon as he's done with the black box, or sometime in the very near future, he's going to start working on that CoPrint install. And I want to see how that goes. Because I haven't seen anybody install it. I haven't seen anybody do videos on it yet, other than the CoPrint marketing media. And that's my biggest fear is, well, it's the same issue right now with my MMU3, right? So Prusa Mark IV, MMU3, right? There's the MMU unit. There's a buffer that's hanging off to the side that's covered right here. So here's my buffer. And then where's my spools? I either have 5 spools just sitting around. My spools are sitting over here in a rep box that's buried behind some stuff. So I've got 5 spools in a rep box that come out through a bunch of long PTFE tube that go into a buffer system that go into the back of the MMU. And for the most part, the issues that I have, filament snaps in the buffer. Like there's one in there right now that snapped in the buffer, which means I've got to pull the buffer piece out, find the end, pull it out between the MMU and the buffer, pull it out from the buffer some to see how brittle it is, if I can get it in the loop to run it back around through there. It's a great system, but if you're not printing with it daily, your stuff sitting out there in the open air, at least in the buffer system, and that's where I had the biggest issues. The MMU3 works beautifully, and it works on the Mark IV even better than an MMU3 does on a Mark III or an MMU2 did on the Mark III. Because it has better two-way conversation with between the printer and the MMU, Works great. But you've got to figure out where you're putting your spools. You've got to have a buffer system. This respools. The AMS respools. The Creality CFS respools. The box turtles respool. So you don't have to have a buffer. It's built in. It just pulls it right back onto the spool of filament. Well, and see, you got to remember the SMUF predates the Prusa MMU. Like Prusa took, Prusa started off based on the MMU started off based on the SMUF design, and Prusa iterated it and has just part of that evolution and integration has just the evolution of the Prusa MMU has enabled greater integration, because as they've gone to the buddy boards, they've had better communication between the two boards. So yeah, and I went through and had my own PSense firewall, and I had my own like 17-inch like flyaway case server rack, it was like a 12U Pelican case that was used by like DJs and sound people, right? That I had servers and a 24-port switch, the whole 9 yards in. And I was like, I gotta stop doing this. But you have a Cisco UCS 240 M3 server going in to replace the VMware machine. It was my work desktop from 2010. Need to get a new HBA though, because it can't do JBOD on that system. I understand everything you just said there, so that's pretty cool. Like I said, I work at Cisco. I've got one of my developers that jumped on a call, and my jaw hit the floor. He's got a full server rack in his apartment, and it's full, like switches, routers, patch panels, servers, and it's blade servers, and he's running Kubernetes clusters, the whole 9 yards, and it's like crazy. Keep the loud stuff. I had a 1U server, a 2U server, and a 4U server. They were older servers that I had bought on eBay. Like it had dual quad core Xeons and like 64 gig of ECC RAM, but it was like, 4 gig sticks, and it was just stupid crazy amount, and SCSI hot swap hard drives, the whole 9 yards. And yeah, dude, it sat downstairs in the utility room, and my office was downstairs. The spare bedroom for guests was downstairs, and I was building my plane in that utility room. And with that stuff running, I couldn't hear, like, my wife either called me or walked downstairs to basically yell at me over that thing, because I'd have to put my headphones in, like over-the-ear headphones in, while I was working down there on the plane. It was loud. It was like sitting there while some C-130s were taking off. But hey, yeah, this is vase mode. It's just going to continue to do that. I will take pictures of it. It's kind of late. Let me see who is on that we can raid over into. I think I saw Matrix Brit on. piano's on. We haven't jumped over and seen Brit in a long while, like a good hot minute. We're going to jump over to Creatix Brit. And I'm going to say thank you all for being here. This may be on the table again Thursday. And we may just continue to print some stuff to it. I'll swear I'll try and get some stuff dried so we can do a multicolor print next. Shenanigans is doing in real life. Okay. And by Saturday, though, we're digging into the rat rig. And I do have, like I said, I have another Orbiter 2.5 on the way. So I'll have both Orbiter 2.5s. And yeah, I'm going to let this print. I'm going to go downstairs, chill out with Mrs. Dragon for a little bit, eat the other half of my dinner. And yeah, rest assured, I will continue to print with this over the next day or so. We'll print with it some on Thursday. And then, like I said, Saturday at the latest, we will definitely start digging into the rat rig and taking that tool head apart and starting the process of switching it over to an IDEX. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate it. Go out to the merch link, grab you some merch. Thanks for all you do to support the channel. Love you guys, and I will see you Thursday night. Bye now. And for all of you that are watching this on YouTube, thank you, thank you, thank you for sticking around all the way to the end. Please, if you like the content here on the channel, like and subscribe. I'm trying to break the 1,000 subscriber mark, and that'll be really great. And then over here, you're going to get a suggestion for another random video from YouTube. Thank you very much. Have a great night.